Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. This collection features carefully chosen authentic documented experiences, tales that truly happened, adapted by the team. What's so interesting about Real Encounters is that the truth often holds attention, fiction just can't match. This set deals specifically with motel horror stories, about the few nights someone spent on a roadside, only to discover the temporary room was actually compromised. These are accounts of surveillance, violated boundaries, and the chilling reality of proximity to danger in places designed for a short rest. The craft involved is in preserving that core truth, while giving the experiences the atmospheric, sleep-friendly storytelling they deserve. There's an art to honoring someone's real experience, and making it both respectful and wonderfully unsettling. If a listener enjoys this blend of documentary truth and literary craftsmanship, a quick like and subscription helps the channel bring more of these enhanced encounters forward. A kind reminder that the first 10 to 15 minutes contain intermittent ads. After that, the experience is uninterrupted for seamless nighttime listening. Sleep well and dream dark. I picked the motel because it wanted to be invisible. One story, an L around a lot full of pickups, a single soda machine glowing by the office, desert air that scraped your teeth dry. I was passing through working nights and I wanted a door I could see and a lock I could trust. I travel with doorstop wedges and a length of chain. People laugh until they don't. The room had 3 locks, a knob, a deadbolt, and a hotel bar. I wedged the doorstop, ran the chain through the handle and a steel loop I carry, and pushed a chair under the knob. I stacked my duffel against the jamb. It made me feel like I could sleep. I checked in with the night clerk. He shoved the registration card at me like I was late to a test. I kept my ID steady, the printer spat a receipt that sounded tired. I've met friendlier staplers. I showered and timed it because the hot gave up fast. I ate a gas station burrito at the desk and listened to trucks drift on the highway. The TV said no signal. The clerk told me to put it on 3 or 4, something like that. The channel guide was a sticky note that said good luck. I checked my locks again. A habit is only annoying until it saves you. Around midnight, someone tried my door. It started soft. The knob turned against the chair. The door didn't rattle. The chair absorbed the motion and bumped the bed frame. I sat up and held my breath. The air conditioner cut off. The room went still. The next sound was the deadbolt easing. Not a jiggle. A clean click. Metal receiving metal the way it's supposed to when a key fits. Then the bar lock caught and took the pressure. The door moved a fraction. The swing arm held. My wedge dug in. The chain pulled tight. This wasn't testing. This was an entry. They had a key for the first 2. I didn't think. I screamed. It wasn't planned. It came up hard and fast. One loud, ugly sound that said stop. The movement halted. The door's edge eased back to flush. Silence. Footsteps receded. Slow. Not a run. A walk meant to look normal if anyone looked out. I sat shaking. I watched the thin line of light at the jamb. No shadow crossed it. I held my phone and didn't dial. I wanted something I could point to before I made noise. Adult pride does dumb things like that. I moved the chair an inch and looked through the peephole. The walkway was empty. Sodium light washed the rail. I wrote the time, 12:07 a.m. I took a picture of the bar lock in place, the chain stretched, the wedge sunk. It was proof for myself as much as anyone. I didn't sleep. The air unit kicked back on too loud. I listened to the sink drip and trucks pass, the hallway stayed empty. My bones didn't buy it. At 6:30 a.m., I was still awake when the office opened. I took the chain down and the wedge up and cracked the door. The morning smelled like cigarettes, bleach, and hot dust. A maintenance cart sat 2 doors down. A man in a faded polo loaded towels. Careful hands, practice movements. TV okay? He asked like we were mid-conversation. It's fine. I said, someone tried my door last night. His eyebrows rose just enough. We get rowdy weekends. He didn't look at my locks. He pushed the cart. Something in his voice snagged a phrase. The tone under it. I watched him roll toward the stairs and realized I had seen his hands close enough to know the veins. I showered again, because a routine can steady you under the water. The thought clicked. The deadbolt had turned clean. That only happens with the right key. I had thrown it. I had watched the metal seat. That wasn't a mistake. I dressed and went to the office. New clerk in a baseball cap. I explained what happened. He said he'd check the log. He flipped a thin notebook. No disturbances marked. He said maybe I hadn't latched something. I asked for the manager. I asked for the number. He wrote it on a pad and tore it off. Nothing says we care like a phone number on warm paper that smells like toner. Back in my room, I put the chair under the knob again. I called the non-emergency police line. I gave the address, the room, the time. I said I screamed and they left. I said the deadbolt turned before the bar caught. I said I suspected a key that shouldn't exist. An officer arrived mid-morning. No lights, no siren. Polite, not soft. He asked to see the door. He touched the bar lock and nodded. He looked at my wedge, my chain, the chair. Why the extra measures, he asked. Habit, I said. I get surprised less when I plan for it. He didn't smile. He took notes. He stepped out and scanned the balcony. He asked if I'd seen anyone. I said the maintenance guy. I gave a short description. He asked if I'd recognize a voice. I said maybe. He went to the office. I waited. The air conditioner buzzed in a way that felt like chewing. I stared at the scuff the chair had put in the paint. You do a lot to make yourself uninteresting to bad people. Sometimes they still find you. He came back with the manager and the maintenance guy. The manager's shoulders were tight. The maintenance guy stood an inch behind him. They both glanced at my chain like it was an insult. We don't have any record of anyone entering your room, the manager said. His voice was thin. No master key use. I looked at the officer. He looked at the maintenance guy. Let's see the keys, he said. The manager handed over a ring. Office, rooms, laundry. The officer held them up. He asked for the spare set. In the safe, the manager said. Open it, the officer said. They went to the office. I stayed in the walkway. Sun coming up over scrub. Highway hum building. I kept my back to the wall. When they returned, the ring in the officer's hand was heavier. He asked the maintenance guy to step forward. Belt, he said. The man held it out. The officer ran a finger under the leather, then over the hem of the polo. He pressed the shirt pocket. A thin clack answered. What's that? The officer asked. Personal, the man said. On the counter, the officer said. The man set down a single untagged key. Not motel brass. Rough grooves. A copy. Silence landed the way it does when regular life stops. The officer asked to check more places. The manager said yes. He looked at the key like it had tricked him. By noon, it wasn't one key, it was a small handful that didn't match the official count. One taped behind a vent in the laundry. One in a locker with a woman's name on it and no logo inside. The officer showed me a key and said, they match. He didn't add more. He didn't need to. He asked again about the voice at my door. I said I didn't hear words then, but that morning, Rowdy Weekends had the same scrape in it. The manager said the man was a contractor. The man said he did pool chemicals and light repair. The officer asked if he had used those keys. The man said no. Why have them? Found them, he said. No argument. The officer separated them and called another unit. He took my statement again, slower, times and details. I showed the photo of the bar lock and wedge. He asked if I'd sign a complaint. I said yes. He said there had been other complaints nearby, people watching weekly renters. He didn't say the word that sits under that. He didn't have to. They walked the maintenance guy to the car without cuffs. I watched. I didn't feel vindicated. I felt correct and tired. The furniture stack had been warranted. There's no joy in that. I checked out that afternoon. The manager offered a discount. I said no. I wasn't paying to stay longer in a place with broken counts. On the way out, I saw a single-step stool tucked behind the laundry cart. I told the officer. He wrote it down. He said he'd update me. No promises. I liked that. I drove east with the sun in the wrong place. For anyone well-rested, I stopped for coffee in a town that disappears 2 exits later. I watched my driver's mirror, not because I expected anyone, because vigilance sticks. That night, different motel, same routine, deadbolt, bar, wedge, chain, chair. I slept in short pieces. The door stayed quiet. In the morning, the officer left a message. The keys were illegal duplicates. They were looking into other rooms. He thanked me for reporting. The manager was cooperating. I recognize the maintenance guy now. When I replay the night, not sixth sense, just memory, a voice that crossed a line at my door, even if it was only an inch. I don't need to know what he planned. The category was clear. If you want a lesson, I don't have one. My locks don't make me brave. They make me practical. They bought me time to scream. That was enough. The desert feels empty until you see how many places there are to stand and watch someone walk to their room. I still take end units. I still carry the wedge. I still sleep better when there's a chain I put there myself. I don't apologize for a chair under the knob. That comfort is mine to keep. Outcome: I stayed alert. I named who stood outside my door, even if daylight had to help. The police handled the rest without drama. It wasn't a grand ending. It was a perimeter that held and a line someone else crossed before the system reached them. I checked in at 11:42 p.m., the kind of hour that makes every motel look honest. The clerk slid a key toward me without looking up from his tablet. I signed the form that said no smoking and no pets, and wished there was a box for no eyes and walls. I asked for an extra towel and got a look like I'd requested a mortgage refinance. The room was at the end of the row under a buzzing light. Single-story strip, parking at the door, a Coke machine that sounded tired. I was crossing the Mojave for a site visit outside Barstow. I do workplace safety audits, warehouses, kitchens, back rooms where people swear nothing's wrong. A friend says I collect near misses like postcards. I unpack the same way every time bag on the chair. Charger in the outlet, regret everywhere. It was quiet. Highway sound like a low breath. I set my phone on the nightstand and did a quick sweep, because that's who I am. Deadbolt worked. Bathroom door stuck, then gave. Bedsheet threadbare but clean enough. A connecting door to an adjoining room, bolted both sides. The next room had no car in front. Window faced the lot. The back wall faced a narrow alley of packed dust between the building and a cinder block shed. I clicked the TV for noise. Local weather, clear night, hotter morning. A hole the size of a pencil eraser sat in the dividing wall. Knee height, 2 feet left of the nightstand. The paint around it didn't match. Fresh off white over yellowed white. The patch job missed a spot. I crouched. The plaster edge was shaved clean, not crumbled. The hole angled slightly like someone aimed it. I told myself I would not call the front desk and become that guy again. This is where the humor stops. I slid the nightstand away. The hole had been hidden behind the hotel Bible, propped like a wedge to close a gap. I set the Bible aside. The edge had little half-moon scratches, like a tool had dug and pivoted. I blew across it. Dust lifted. A faint draft touched my cheek from the other side. That meant a cavity or another room. I held my phone flashlight to it and looked black. I turned off the TV to listen. Through the wall came a low appliance hum. No voices. No footsteps. I checked the adjoining door again. Bolted, chain tight. I tapped the wall 3 times. No response. I scanned the room again, with the same instinct that keeps me off bad ladders. The bathroom tile baseboard had etching. At first it looked like a coin scrape. I got close. Shallow, choppy words ran along the tile. Look before you sleep. Another line overlapped. Door cam. Lower, harder to see. She said he lives here. I took a photo. Timestamp recorded itself, 12:08 a.m. Back at the window, I eased the curtain with 2 fingers. The lot was empty except my car and a pickup by the office. The next unit's window was dark. No movement in the alley. I went back to the hole. Bent again. Angled the light. A reflected pinpoint appeared. Not dust, not a mirror flash. It moved. The black adjusted. A human blink is simple up close. Eyelids swept over the reflection and revealed it again. I didn't breathe. The eye stayed. Then it shifted left, like the face turned, then back at me. For a second, the lashes caught the light. The eye wasn't startled. It was steady. Watching, I stood and stepped back. The bed creaked under my knee. The eye didn't withdraw. I didn't shout. I didn't want to teach that person my voice. I mapped the structure the way I've been trained. The wall line to the corner, bathroom, counted the steps in my head, pictured the alley and the shed. The whole wall backed the unoccupied room, and beyond that, a narrow void or utility. The hum sounded like a mini fridge next door. The eye could be in the empty room, or a crawl space between studs. I packed while I thought, laptop, charger, boots on without sitting. Putting my face near the hole again wasn't happening. I took one more photo from a distance, no flash, to capture placement. The eye didn't show from there. The photo was a black circle in pale paint, cord trailing to an outlet, Bible on the floor like a quiet wedge. I picked up the room phone and pressed 0. It rang 5 times, clicked to a recorded message telling me to call the after-hours number on the plastic tent by the TV. I had my car key in my pocket when I dialed. The same voice from check-in answered. He sounded tired, not surprised. I told him there was a hole in my wall and an eye looking through it. I said the adjacent room was supposed to be empty. He said, "We don't have connecting," and I told him I was looking at the connecting door. He said he would send someone and asked my room number again. I asked him to meet me outside the room. He said he'd be there in a second. I didn't wait for that second. I opened the door to the lot. Night air was cold the way the desert gets after the bake. Gravel crunched. I took my bag and didn't lock the door. Pulled it shut and moved 3 doors down before I looked back. No one coming from the office. No one in the lot. The buzzing light clicked once and settled. My door stayed closed. I waited with my back against the stucco and watched my door. I kept my eyes on the seams that only matter when you have a reason. The line where wall meets frame. The sliver at the bottom. Nothing moved. After a minute, I went to the office. No bell. Front desk computer asleep. Door to the back stood open. A radio muttered behind the wall. I said hello into air. No answer. I knocked on the jamb and called out that there was a security issue. Neon buzzed. Radio shushed. I stood there and watched. Minutes stretched. I checked my phone out of habit and saw the timestamps 12:19, 12:24. I felt exposed in the office. I walked back to the lot. At my door, I listened. A low scrape came from inside the wall. Not inside the room. Inside the wall. It sounded careful, like someone dragging something away from a small opening. I didn't put my ear to the wood. I didn't touch the handle. I went to my car and got in. I turned the engine without the headlights. I backed out slow and kept my eyes on my room. Nothing moved. I left the lot and parked across the highway in front of a closed diner. I called the county sheriff's non-emergency line. I told the dispatcher I had evidence of someone watching guests through a wall. I gave the address and my name. She said a deputy would check it out. I confirmed the details. Then I drove back and parked in view of the office door with my lights on. The deputy arrived at 12:51 a.m. Deputy Salazar. Calm, direct. I showed her the photo of the hole and the etched warnings. I used words like observed, adjacent unit, possible crawl space. She asked if anyone approached me or tried my door. I said no. She asked where the clerk was. I said I hadn't found him. She tried the office door. Unlocked. She called out and got no answer. She asked me to wait by the patrol car while she checked my room. She stood to the side of my door, told me to stay put, and knocked. She announced herself, keyed in and entered with her hand on her light. Less than a minute later, she came out. Neutral face real situation. Not a crisis. She asked to see the etched tile. We went to the bathroom. She crouched, looked, took photos. She got low by the hole and leaned not close enough to give anyone a shot. She used her light. Then she stood and said we were going to the adjoining room. That door was 112. She knocked, announced, used a master key from the office she'd found under the keyboard. The room was empty, bed made, no suitcase, mini fridge hummed, clean like a show unit. She went straight to the shared wall, no visible hole on this side. Paint was new and heavier along a horizontal strip. She knocked. The tone changed along a 2-foot band like something sat behind it. She moved to the bathroom. The baseboard didn't have etching, but the vanity kick plate had staples where brads should be. She tugged. The panel came loose with a soft sound. Behind the vanity was a narrow void between studs. A crawl lane ran behind the wall, just wide enough for a person, old blankets on the base, a water bottle, a rope with knots at one end like a handle to pull a panel. I could see the back of my wall, the clean oval cut, a sliver of my nightstand's outline, the Bible wedge. I stepped back and put a hand on the doorframe. Salazar didn't reach into the space. She didn't need to. She radioed for a second unit, asked for the manager. She told me to wait in the open. I did. She closed the bathroom door and watched both rooms. The second unit took about 10 minutes. By then, the clerk appeared from the back with a coat over his t-shirt and a face like he'd been asleep in a chair. He said the adjacent room was offline for painting. He said the vanity panels sometimes pop loose. He said a lot that wasn't the eye I saw. The deputies swept both rooms and the alley. The void had 2 access points, the vanity panel and a narrow utility door hidden behind a loose board on the cinderblock shed. The utility door had fresh scrapes, footprints tracked in the dust, adult size. They ran from the shed to the back of the strip, turned, doubled back. They faded into hardpack near the office door. The clerk's shoes had dust, but dust isn't a fingerprint. I pointed out the etchings again. The deputy photographed the tile, the hole, the vanity, the rope. She showed the clerk. He said the motel had been there forever. He said locals cut through the lot. He said things that avoided the straight line. They called it trespass and peeping, with evidence of concealed access. They took my statement. I wrote down times because that's how I think. They asked if I wanted to press charges if they found someone. I said yes. They asked if I felt safe staying. I said no. The clerk offered another room. I declined. Salazar gave me a card and asked me to email the photos. She said they'd contact the health department and code enforcement. She said you did the right thing. That was it. No pat on the head, no shrug. I drove to a chain motel 2 exits down with interior hallways and a night auditor who scanned IDs. I showered in water that smelled like chlorine. I set a chair under the knob anyway. I slept in thin slices. In the morning, I went back with coffee and the steadiness I get from daylight and forms. The lot looked ordinary. Housekeeping carts rattled. The buzzing light had quit. A woman in a polo worked the desk. She said management was notified and maintenance issues would be addressed. I asked for the manager. Not there. I asked for a card. She handed me a generic email. I drove to the county building on East Mountain View and filed with code enforcement. I showed the photos. The man at the desk printed a form, gave me a case number, said someone would inspect. I kept the copy. I left at 9:13 a.m. The sun already hurt. I sat in my car and felt the hangover of being stared at in the dark by someone who thought they had a right. The words on the tile weren't dramatic. They were accurate. Weeks later, a deputy called with what they'd learned. The man wasn't passing through. He lived in town. He'd been around the motel for years. The clerks knew his first name. They thought he helped out. He had a key to the shed. He returned the key to the shed. The crawl space wasn't new. The paint was. The deputy used words like pattern, intimidation, ongoing nuisance. She said trespass, peeping, harassment, charges filed. The motel faced violations for the wall, the access, no manager overnight. She didn't say stalker. I will watch travelers. He used a space no one checks because we assume walls are walls. I still stop at roadside motels. Budgets and miles don't care about nerves. Now I walk the room once, slide the nightstand from any shared wall, and look at baseboards. I listen for a hum that doesn't belong. I take photos and label them for my own file. I sleep with my boots by the door. I'm not scared of ghosts. I'm scared of people who treat your body as a view. I think about reporting the first concern and how fast someone can wave it off. I think about how quickly you can become part of someone else's habit without ever learning their name. If you ask what kept me safe, it wasn't bravery, it was a lazy patch line and a Bible out of place and 3 shallow words scratched into tile that made me look. I looked, and I left, and I reported, and I'm still looking every time I slide a nightstand away from a wall. I heard the crying through the motel wall first. 2 hard thumps, then a woman gasping like she was trying to speak around water. We were 6 friends on a volunteer run, packed into a desert motel off exit 214. I was the one who said it out loud. Someone's in trouble. I teach community health, which is a fancy way of saying I'm the one who knocks when everyone else pretends they didn't hear. We had 2 beds shoved together and a plastic bowl of cantaloupe going warm on the table. The neon vacancy outside clicked on and off, red light cutting the window in pulses. Another thump traveled through the wall. My friends looked at me. I was already at the door with my keys in my hand like that meant anything. We crossed the walkway to the next room. The crying was clearer, words like please and don't. I knocked. A man opened the door on the chain, one eye in the gap. He said they were fine, private matter. The crying didn't stop. He shut the door. The chain slid. He opened up all the way. The room was a mess in a way that didn't breathe. A lamp lay on its side, a chair turned over. A brown smear across the bedspread. A woman crouched behind the bed frame, hair stuck to her face, phone in her hand like a prop she'd forgotten to use. The man stood near the bathroom with his palms barely up, not surrendering, more like posing. I said we were calling the police. I had my phone out. He glanced toward the woman. No words passed between them. He turned into the bathroom. The woman bolted, brushed my shoulder hard, bare feet slapping the walkway. I stepped after her and lost her into the parking lot glare. When I came back, the bathroom window was open. Water still beaded around the sink. The room felt like a scene that reset itself as soon as we looked away. The police arrived fast enough that we were still standing there. Officer Valdez listened to each of us on the hood of her car. She kept her hat off, dust in the seams of her boots. She asked what we saw. We told her the woman ran and the man slipped out the bathroom window. She wrote it down. She asked if we were together. We were. We'd done a clinic shift in Shiprock. I said that like it explained why I opened doors. Get some sleep, she said. Call if you remember anything else. She left us with the smell of hot engine and dust. The manager drifted into view and drifted away. He had a look like he measured curiosity by how much it cost him. We tried to sleep. It didn't take. The more I replayed it, the more the details went brittle. The smear on the bedspread didn't sit right. The lamp wasn't broken, just tipped. The woman's sobs hit the same beats. I didn't want to say it out loud. It felt ugly to even form the thought. But what if it was staged? Morning came with coffee that tasted like burned almonds and plastic lids. We wanted to leave. I said I wanted to look at the room in daylight first. Not to break in. Just eyes on the walkway, the window. Housekeeping had staged a rolling cart by the door. The manager shrugged when I asked what room it was. Already rented. Then he watched us like a test he might cut short. I checked the laundry bin. Towels on top. A duvet cover inside out. On the underside, a reddish bloom. I touched it with a tissue. It flaked, not tacky, not the way dried blood crumbles into dark grit. More like pigment. Under the bed frame, a tiny nail hole with chalky residue around it. On the lamp base, a small sticker half peeled. Puro P209A. That word hit me harder than the night before. Probe. At our table, I pulled up my laptop. The room smelled like old shampoo and hot dust. I searched for Stage Domestic Dispute Motel. A forum thread came up from long haul drivers, a local blog, a reporter in a nearby town. Same pattern. A criminal outfit in the corridor used fake fights in motels to see who would step in. If you knock or call, you get marked. A sedan tails you. Sometimes they just want to know if you're law enforcement. Sometimes they want you to learn to mind your business. I didn't like how cold that made me feel. Not fear. Not yet. More like realizing you already gave someone your name without knowing it. I looked through the curtain at the lot. A dark sedan idled across the lanes. No front plate I could see at that angle. It sat longer than a normal car sits when the engine's on. I kept the curtain pinched with 2 fingers and watched it not move. We checked out. It was fast and quiet. We put our bags in the hatch and pretended we weren't rushing. The sedan rolled as we rolled. We pulled onto the highway, and it followed at a clean 2-car distance. That kind of space that reads as trained. I told myself it could be nothing. It stayed there through 1 exit, then 2. It did not pass. It did not fall back. The sun beat the road into a white strip. Heat shook off the asphalt. My hands gripped the wheel too hard. I saw a service road I'd clocked the night before by a cell tower. I signaled early like a boring driver. I waited for the sedan to float left. Then I dropped right across the rumble strip onto the service road. Gravel crackled up into the wheel wells. The sedan braked and overshot. It turned late. Tires spit dust. I cut behind the tower and killed the engine. We sat there in the shadow and didn't breathe for a second too long. The sedan rolled past at the far end and kept going. It didn't stop. It didn't back up. No one felt brave in that moment, just awake. We turned around and headed for the small town we'd passed the day before. Sheriff's office by a feed store. A taco truck that let cumin ride the air. We went inside. A man with a sun-mat face listened while we laid it out clean. The scene, the prop sticker, the flaking stain, the forum posts, the sedan. He didn't write at first. He watched like he weighed weather over land. "You didn't get a plate," he said. It was true. It was angled, and we were busy staying small. "They swapped plates," he said. "If it's who I think." Then he printed a simple flyer, black text on white, a warning for motel owners. Call law enforcement first if you hear a disturbance. Do not confront alone. Be aware of staged incidents used to test intervention. He slid 5 across the desk. Drop them where you stop. I took them. Paper felt too light for the weight of the night. I asked him what happens to people who step in and don't figure it out. He pressed his hand flat on the desk. Mostly they get spooked and stay spooked. It wasn't advice. It was a short report. We drove back to the motel because it was on the way out. The neon vacancy clicked in daylight like a bad habit. The manager took the flyer with a shrug. He said people fight and he can't call the cops every time. I told him he could be the call that lets the cops decide. He stuck the paper near a lost dog notice and a Bible study flyer. It felt like the right place for it. Somewhere people look when they're already worried. We left. The sedan didn't show again. I didn't relax. Vigilance is a muscle that cramps when it starts working. I posted a short note on the forum we'd read. Staged fight next to our room. Prop lamp label. Flaking fake blood on the duvet underside. Man exited bathroom window. Woman ran barefoot. Sedan tailed us after we intervened. Service road brake worked. Report patterns with specifics. Do not engage alone. I kept it as plain as I could and hit send. By the next motel, we used the chain and put a chair under the knob, because that's what we had. The window unit rattled. The wind threaded through the frame and made the door hum. I wrote a note and leaned it against the lamp. If there's a disturbance next door, call the police first. Then I brushed my teeth with that dried out motel mint paste and sat on the edge of the bed and let my head fall into my hands. The room didn't feel safe. It felt managed. There's a difference. One is honest. The other is a bet. Morning thinned the edge off the night. Not by much. We returned to the road. I watched mirrors the way you watch a sleeping kid breathe after a fever. The desert opened in long, flat runs. We passed spots where the land dipped and the radio went to static. We ate gas station oranges and let the acid sharpen us. My phone sat on the dash face down. I didn't want to see alerts. I also didn't want to miss a call. I kept thinking about the tiny things I had put my whole body into interpreting. The way the lamp lay on its side without a cracked shade. The way the stain didn't bite into the fabric. The way the man's hands were up just enough to read as calm. I didn't know why I fixated on those points. Maybe because that's all we get sometimes. A handful of screws left over after a table looks built. You stand back and decide if it will hold. We made it home. No sedan. No new knocks. I sent Officer Valdez an email with the details we'd missed the night before. The lamp sticker number. The chalk residue in the nail hole. The housekeeping cart with the duvet inside out. She replied with 2 lines. Thanks for the follow-up. Stay alert on your drive. It read like she knew the game, and also knew not to make it bigger than it was. Weeks later, I still think about the woman's breath, the way it hit its marks. I'm not saying she wasn't in danger. I'm saying she might not have been that night, and that was the point. If I hear it again through a wall, I'll call first. That's my adjustment. Doors can be traps for people who think they help. Phones can be doors too. I keep 1 copy of that flyer folded in the glove box. It sits there next to napkins and a tire gauge. The practical things you hope you won't need. When I stop at small motels now, I glance at their boards. I look for that white sheet. I don't expect to see it, but I look. I park under lights if I can. I back in if there's a choice. When I walk past thin doors at night, I listen without leaning in, and I breathe like I'm hiding behind a cell tower again, watching a dark car roll by, watching it keep going, and waiting 1 beat longer before I move. By late evening, the front office at the High Desert Lodge felt like a fishbowl with the lights on. Bugs tapped the glass. The neon vacancy sign hummed. I sat behind the laminate counter with the night ledger open, peeling a sticker off my coffee cup and listening to the ice machine cough. He came in with road dust on him. Ball cap, windbreaker with frayed cuffs. Head tipped down like his neck hurt. I pegged him for a long haul type, or someone who wanted to look like one. Room for the night, he asked, voice soft and careful. ID and card, I said, sliding the pen across the counter. He gave me an out-of-state license and a card with a sideways shimmer. I typed the name into the system. The card chirped red. Declined. Happens sometimes, I said. At the lodge. Nothing was the house tone. He didn't blink. He tried another. Then a third. Each one beeped and spit back the same message. Declined. Cash. I asked. Don't carry cash, he said, and pressed a 4th card into my hand. This one. It went through, approved. I printed the receipt and had him sign. His handwriting leaned uphill like it was climbing out of a ditch. I gave him 2 keys. Our system still used brass, and told him which door had the busted deadbolt and which didn't. He took a single key in one of the maps nobody actually needs. Early checkout, he said, before dawn. Breakfast starts at 6. I said out of habit. He nodded and left the way he'd come. Quiet, in heavy boots. I filled in the ledger line, clipped the ID copy to the receipt, and pinched the cup sticker into a little comma. Out back, the machines droned. The only other guest that night was a man from Arizona who'd come for a funeral and kept waking up to smoke. At midnight, the phone rang. Sheriff's office. The night dispatcher asked if I'd seen anyone matching a description. Male, average height, ball cap, windbreaker, traveling alone. If I did, call, don't approach. The voice had the tired kindness they save for clerks who make $14 an hour and work alone. Anything I should know, I asked, keeping it light. Just keep the doors locked, she said, and if you see him, call. I told her I would. Hung up, locked the office door, and checked the security monitors just to feel like I was someone who checked security monitors on the screen. The lot was a still frame, 2 pickup trucks parked crooked, the suspect's sedan, under the busted lamp, our showing everything desert sky. He came back to the office window around 1. I heard his steps before I saw him, the mat outside giving that tired sigh. He didn't press the bell, he just stood there, cut blue by the neon, until I looked up. Small smile now, a little sheepish. You got any snacks? The machine's not taking bills. I buzzed the window slot and slid him crackers and a bottle of water. He slid back 3 ones, creased sharp, up close. His jacket smelled like cold metal. You driving through or visiting? I asked. Pointless talk keeps things normal. "Through," he said, eyes flicking over the corkboard behind me with its coupons and faded trail map. "Long road." He looked at the stapled stack of receipts like he was memorizing it. He didn't look nervous. He looked attentive. People confused the two. He thanked me and left. On the monitor, his back moved past the busted lamp. The windbreaker shifted at the shoulders like something was bundled in the lining. Old habit, I clocked shoulders before faces. Around 3, I reconciled the drawer. The first 3 declines were flagged as suspected fraud by the system. The fourth, the one that went through, had a gray mark that usually means manual override authorized. I hadn't overridden anything. I wrote guest requested early checkout on the registration card in the little corner where I record quirks, extra towels, late arrival, early departure. It keeps the day clerk sane. At 4:30, a knock, not the bell, the kind of knock that expects authority to open for it. 2 deputies in khaki filled the doorway with the dry air behind them. One I knew from high school. They smelled like coffee and sage. "Morning, Mara," the one I knew said, tilting his hat brim. "We're looking for a guest who checked in within the last few hours. Might match what dispatch called you about." "We had one." I said, "Room 7. They shared a look that wasn't relief so much as purpose. "Can we see the ledger?" I pushed the book over. I was suddenly more aware of my handwriting than I'd ever been. The deputy traced the line with a finger, then took the copied ID in the receipt, zip code, name. "You get a vehicle make." "Small dark sedan," I said, parked under the broken light. "Of course he did," the other deputy murmured, and radioed something flat and fast. They went to 7. I flipped the monitor to the breezeway and saw their shoulders in the frame. The door sat cracked. The room lamp cut a slice of carpet. A deputy stepped in and stepped out again, mouth set. "He's gone," the one I knew said when he came back. "Bed's been sat on but not slept in. Windows unlatched. Bathrooms wet." I hadn't heard the shower. The water pressure at the lodge can wake the freeway. They asked to see the cameras. I slid aside and let them. The lot played back his shape crossing the frame. Then nothing on the driveway camera. The fence line camera. The grainy one. We keep mostly to keep teenagers honest. Showed the window at 7 sliding. A figure slipping through, dropping to the gravel, then moving along the back of the building to the utility easement. Not a run, a straight line. Head down. He used the only stretch no camera covered clean, where Sage hid the chain link. You'd have to scope it in daylight. He'd scoped it. "What's he done?" I asked. I meant it casual. My voice hopped a half step anyway. They looked at each other for permission that wasn't theirs. The one I knew took a breath. "We think he's connected to a missing person out of Red Mesa. We're securing the area." I nodded like words could help. They were polite. "Careful. People get careful with you when they want something." The sun shouldered in around 5:30, a thin rind of orange along the low hills. A couple trucks slowed on the highway because that's what people do when cruisers are parked anywhere. The motel yard smelled briefly like a river, even though we haven't seen enough rain to wet a bottle cap in weeks. One deputy walked the easement and crouched where the chain link bows at the bottom. He lifted something with gloved fingers. Paper bag. In the office, the radio barked names and roads. I printed another copy of the receipt. Because they asked, and because pressing the button made a noise that sounded like doing something. By dawn, the lot was active in the quiet way. Trouble makes things move. A detective I didn't know came in with a clipboard, and that soft tone they save for clerks who might be witnesses without meaning to be. He had me tell it again. He asked for the declined cards and the one that went through. He asked if the man said where he was headed. He asked about his hands. I told him what I had. The uphill signature, the metal smell, the careful voice, the jacket shoulders that moved like there was weight in the lining. Around 7, the Arizona man emerged from his room, blinking like the motel had grown extra wings overnight. He asked if the coffee was fresh and whether the ice machine worked. He didn't look towards 7 or the fence line. He didn't ask about the county cars. When they finally told me what they'd found by the fence, it was because they had to collect my security tape, and not saying it made less sense. A bracelet, they said, fabric braided with tiny letters. The missing woman's sister had described it. It was hers. The detectives didn't say, therefore. They didn't have to. The bracelet had snagged on a coil of wire and stayed caught by luck or a hurry that made mistakes. I had vacuumed the hallway 3 hours before and breathed the same air where that bracelet had scraped past. They took my receipt copy as evidence. The signature looked suddenly like a photograph of someone famous you met once and aren't sure you remember right. The name might have been nothing, an alias stamped on plastic. It still climbed the page. It passed under my hand. He'd said Long Road with that little smile that meant elsewhere. The deputies left in stages. The last one tipping his hat in a way that said we're paused, not done. The neon clicked off because the sun made it pointless. I unlocked the office door and flipped the open sign that never meant much. The day clerk came in 10 minutes late. Mascara still wet and asked what I'd done to attract a county parade. I told her the short version. She's good at short versions. She poured coffee and said, "People are crazy, the way you say the wind was strong." I nodded. When I went home and pulled the curtains against the sun, the dark in the room felt different, not heavier, just arranged a new way. I tried to sleep and heard the knock again, not from the door, from the place in my head that keeps lists. Bell, footfall, card decline, careful voice, uphill signature, bracelet on the fence, early checkout, window latch, long road. I had stood an arm's length from someone who might be the last to see a missing woman alive. I slid him water and crackers through a glass slot, like that could ever be neutral. The next night I worked again. I still said ID and card in the same tone, still peeled stickers into commas. When the system flagged a card as suspected fraud, the beep crawled up my spine and sat there cooling. I looked a little longer at shoulders. I watched the blind stretch the cameras miss, and thought about filling the gap or leaving it. I rang up a family who got lost, a traveling nurse who needed a place between shifts, a couple arguing about miles. I smiled and handed over brass keys and circled ice machines on a map nobody needs. Routine folded over the night like a blanket. Someone else had already worn. It fit, it didn't fix anything. The ledger lines continued. I wrote quiet in the margin for a guest with soft shoes. I wrote early for a man who wanted to wake up at 5. I wrote and watched and kept the doors locked. The desert wind tapped the window. The neon hummed. Weeks later, they caught him in a county 3 hours over. I read it like weather, not surprised, not satisfied. The article didn't say our name, it said a motel like they're all the same. The long road folded back on itself. I thought of the bracelet, the handwriting, the way he'd said through, and how that word can mean passing or finished. I took the trash out behind the office and stood a second where the camera doesn't see, listening to daytime insects start their electrics. Then I went back inside and buzzed the window for a man who wanted quarters for laundry. I booked the motel because it was the only place with vacancy within 60 miles. We were driving the ridge roads outside Asheville, trying to make a soccer tournament and a family visit in one trip, and I had overestimated our stamina and underestimated the switchbacks. The place sat by a 2-lane road that went dark after dinner. The sign buzzed. The office smelled like old coffee and floor cleaner. The manager slid a key card to me and said the hill knocks out the cell signal sometimes. Perfect. I put that in the column labeled fine. I'm not picky, but I keep mental lists. I'll clean a motel sink faster than I'll file my taxes. I wiped the counter and told myself I was helping. The vent above the bed rattled with a metal flap that had been rattling for years. I hit it with the heel of my hand. It kept rattling. I thought about asking for another room, then pictured the manager sighing and finding a key, and decided not to make night harder for the only person working. We ate in the room. My kid Mason bounced on the corner of the bed and called dibs on the pillow farthest from the door. My wife Lena put our cooler by the dresser like we were reopening the kitchen. I tried to make the ice look intentional. The TV remote worked on the second try, which felt like a small win. I told myself I'd call the office about the vent after showers. Then we all collapsed. I set the alarm for 6. I made a joke about leaving before the continental breakfast stampede. 15 people around one waffle iron turns me into an economist. At 2:17 a.m., the ceiling vent made a new noise. Not rattle, not the compressor grinding, a soft scrape, then nothing, then another scrape like a slow finger on old metal. I sat up. The room was the color of a TV left on a dead channel. I held my breath. The scrape came again, farther back in the duct. I listened long enough to know it wasn't the same rhythm as the fan. I watched the vent. I didn't wake anyone. I lay back and counted the space between scrapes without numbers, a pattern that wasn't a machine. I let myself think mouse, possum, something small that minds its business. I slept in parts after that. My body knew more than I wanted to, but it didn't have words. In the morning, Mason said he heard a creak in the ceiling. He said it while pouring cereal into a paper cup, like it was between weather and cartoons on his mental list. I told him buildings make noises. He said this one was like someone moving. He said it without drama. The vent rattled. I tapped it, and it rattled in a friendly way that made me feel gullible. We spent the day in town. I took Mason to a gear shop off Biltmore Avenue because his cleats were chewing his heel. I filled out a return tag on a tiny counter while a dog watched me like a notary. I bought him socks. I could have gotten anywhere because I like pretending a receipt is a plan. We got back near dusk. The road up to the motel lost the radio station. The air felt colder up the hill. Clouds sat on the ridge like they were waiting. The parking lot had 3 cars spaced like no one trusted anyone else's doors. I unlocked our room and felt the night grab at the warm air inside. Second night, the hum of the wall unit had the same old man chest sound. We watched a cooking show long enough to forget the room. I took a shower and stared at the ceiling vent through the steam. It looked like every vent, boring and given no thought. My brain being unhelpful reminded me that vents are holes. I dried off. I told myself to leave it. At 9:40 p.m., Mason said, "Dad, there's a noise in the vent." His voice was even. That made it worse. Lena put her book down. The 3 of us looked up. The vent grid sat above the foot of the bed. The screws weren't new, but they weren't loose. The metal was dull. I stepped onto the chair and put my ear close. The duct carried the room's own sound back at me. Then I heard a shift. Not scraping, a short, clean shift like controlled weight. I stepped down. I felt the floor and the chair and the way skin tries to leave. I told myself to document something. I took my phone and turned on the flashlight and shone it through the grid. The beam fell away to a shallow duct, then turned into black, no reflection, no dust dancing. Just a beam that died too soon. Probably a raccoon, I said. It was the least complicated thing I could manage. Mason crawled into our bed, still looking at the ceiling. We left the TV on to give the room something louder than breath. I kept one eye open. Around midnight, the vent stopped rattling. That silence is always worse. Then I heard air move in a way that wasn't the unit. Not a fan. An exhale that had nowhere to go. I stood on the chair again, because not looking wasn't going to help. I put the flashlight right against the grid. I didn't announce anything. I aimed the beam and a human eye looked back at me. It filled one square of the grid, not bulging, not furious, just there. Wet, close, unblinking because it didn't need to blink. I stepped down hard enough that the chair scraped. Lena pulled Mason close. No one screamed. The room set into a shape where every corner mattered. We didn't move for a long breath. Then I walked to the door and put the chain on, even though the chain was a comfort in the wrong direction. I called the front desk. The line clicked busy. I called again. It rang. The manager picked up. I said, "Someone is in the ceiling." The words made the air heavier. He said he was coming with a flashlight. I told him to call the police. He said okay. I believed him because saying call the police out loud makes it real. We stood under the vent and didn't stand under the vent. I got my shoes. I told Lena to take Mason to the hallway. We opened the door, and the hall's cold light made the room look like a set. We stood outside because that's where the walls felt like they could help. The manager came up the stairs with a big light that made a lot of promise. He looked tired, then he saw our faces and lost the tired puff. He pointed the light at the vent. He didn't see the eye. That made it worse in a different way. The police arrived fast for a hill motel at night. 2 uniforms, one quiet, one speaking. They asked if the person had said anything. I said no. They asked if we had touched anything. I said the vent. They nodded. One officer went to the office with the manager to get the master key for the attic hatch in the hallway. The other stood with us and looked up, eyes doing their own math. The hallway had a square cutout with a recessed handle. The officer pulled it down. A ladder unfolded and held. Cold air dropped and flattened my shirt. The first officer went up. The second followed. The manager stayed at the bottom, hands on the ladder like he could steady the building. We listened. Thumps above us in a grid we couldn't see. The sound of weight crawling instead of walking. The officer called out in a voice that filled the space without trying to scare anyone. He said, "Police," and titles. He said to come toward the light. He said slowly. His flashlight cut a cone into dust and insulation. There was shuffling. There was a pause that meant someone deciding, then motion toward the hatch. The officers helped a man down. He was thin in the way that isn't a choice. Layers of shirts, a winter cap that had done a summer's job. He didn't look at us. He didn't look at the officers like a challenge either. He watched the floor and the light. He kept quiet. The officer cuffed him in a practiced, careful way. The manager looked at the ceiling, then at me, and said he'd get someone to check the crawl space before anyone went back in. He said it like a person who had said that sentence once before for a different reason. The police took the man down the stairs, through the office, and out into the night where their car made its own pool of blue. They asked me to give a statement. I told them what I heard and what I saw. I said I, and felt strange saying it, like I was telling a camp story. The officer didn't blink. He wrote it down. He looked at me like it was a thing people see sometimes, whether they admit it or not. We moved to a different room on the other side of the building. The manager used a real key for that one and asked me not to post about this online until he could call the owner. I nodded. The only thing I wanted was a door that hadn't met my face already tonight. We slept. We didn't talk until morning. Mason asked the only question that mattered to him, if the man was going to hurt anyone. I said I didn't think so. That was true. The fear had been about closeness, not violence. It had been about a barrier I thought I could trust. I couldn't get the eye out of my head. Not because it was monstrous, because it wasn't. It looked like any eye. It looked cold. We stayed one more night in town because the tournament schedule shifted, and the roads didn't care about our plans. We moved to a chain hotel near a grocery store and a car wash. I slept there because the vents had no personality at all. The next day, on the way out of town, I stopped at the police station and asked what happens to someone found in a motel attic. The desk officer said he couldn't give me details. He said people sometimes slip through and find places to stay that aren't meant for people. He said words like trespass and welfare check. I wrote my number down and said if there was a way to help, I wanted to know. He looked at me like he was asking if I meant it. I did. Fear and pity live close in me. It's not noble. It's just the truth. A week later, a community outreach worker called. She said the man's name was Carl. She said he had been sleeping in the crawl space for days. She said the manager had noticed food missing from the storage closet. That made me feel like this was a problem in a town, not a headline. She said Carl had no ID, no steady work, and no place to go. She asked if I wanted to help with a motel voucher for a week while they looked for a room in a transitional place. I said yes. It was money we felt. We did it anyway. I told Lena before I paid. She nodded. We both saw the eye when we closed ours. I met Carl in the lobby of the outreach office on a Tuesday. He looked like someone who had learned to make himself smaller in empty space. We shook hands. He said he was sorry. He said he had been cold and the roof was dry. He didn't say more than that. I said I was glad he was warm. I said there might be a kitchen job where I work if he wanted it. I run the back of house at a small restaurant in Denver. We always need steady hands and patience. He looked at me like I had used a different language, and then like he understood it. The outreach worker helped with the paperwork for an ID. She found a room in a low-rise building near the bus line. I called a friend at a diner who owed me a favor. We got Carl a shift washing dishes 3 nights a week to start. He showed up on time. He kept his head down. He didn't leave in the second week, which is when most people leave. I watched him learn the rhythm of rinse, rack, slide, steam. The sound is the same in every kitchen. The heat is reliable. There is dignity in a line of clean plates. One night, months later, I walked him out to the alley after close. The mountain air had turned into city chill. He said, without drama, that he shouldn't have been in that ceiling. He said he knew it scared my kid. He said he was grateful we didn't make it worse. I told him the truth. In that moment, I was scared of a place I thought I could sleep. Later, I was scared of what it meant that someone needed to hide where I was supposed to be safe. Those are different fears. Only one of them lets you do anything useful. We were in a motel where a person had found a crawl space that was dry and close to heat. He watched us through a vent because that's what the geometry allowed. We called the police because that's what people do at night, when an eye looks at them from a ceiling. Then we paid for a week and helped him work, because daylight changes what you can do. Sometimes I still wake to the sound of a vent, not rattling, in that quiet. My head runs the old tape, the grid, the square, the unblinking stare. Then I see Carl with a damp apron, a stack of plates, and the simple relief of a room with a door that opens for you and closes for you, and nowhere you have to hide above anyone's bed. I checked into a budget motel on Lamar Boulevard in Austin because my flight was delayed and I didn't want to drive home past midnight. The place had a narrow parking lot, one flickering security light, and a front desk behind glass with a metal drawer. The night clerk slid me a key card and a TV remote patched with blue painter's tape. I wanted sleep more than standards. The room was clean enough. Square table, 2 chairs, AC unit humming, one piece of wall art nudged straight with a thumb. I put my bag on the dresser and clicked the lamp 3 times before it caught. I told myself that counted as a victory. I travel with my own pillow because motel pillows collapse by sunrise. The remote had no battery cover, just tape, which I respect as a fix, not as a lifestyle. I set my phone alarm for 6:15 a.m., lay down, and let the AC sound flatten the rest. City noise outside. One siren somewhere. A truck downshifting on Lamar, bleached into the background. I closed my eyes and counted backward in 3s until the sound came through the wall. It wasn't a television. It wasn't music. It was a voice, not words at first. A low, rough line that climbed, broke, then went flat again. The dividing wall between my room and the one to the right was thin enough that the outlet plate vibrated at the peak. I sat up, 12:43 a.m. I listened for context. No radio, no footsteps, no furniture. The hallway was quiet. The voice went on, a pattern like someone speaking to themselves with the words stripped out. Then the tone shifted, not louder, controlled, steady. The shape of it carried weight. I put my ear to the wall. The outlet was warmer than the drywall. Syllables without clear words threaded through, something like a name, repeated, then a single held note, not singing. It hit my teeth more than my ears. I looked at the seam of the connecting door. A metal strip and paint sealed it. No light from the other side. That door was supposed to be a dead thing. My stomach tightened. This was not ordinary noise. I called the front desk. I kept my voice even and said there was a disturbance next door. A voice in a way that seemed off. The clerk asked if it sounded like a fight. I said no. I said it sounded like a person talking to someone who wasn't answering. He told me to hold. I heard him walk the hall because the carpet outside my door squeaked, where the floor dipped. He knocked next door. The voice stopped mid-breath. Clean. No TV came up to cover it. He knocked again. 4 even taps spaced out. Silence. He came back on the line and said no one answered. He asked if I wanted a new room. I asked if anyone was checked into that side. I heard him flip pages. He said the room was marked out of service. He sounded unsure. I asked him to log the time. 12:51 a.m. I wrote it down. The voice started again. About a minute after he sat back down, I watched the sealed seam under the connecting door like it might flex. It didn't. The pattern settled in, 7 to 9 seconds low, a notch up for a few, then a drop. The pauses felt like listening. The control didn't match drunk, high, meltdown. It sounded like someone returned for a purpose and was working through it. I recorded 30 seconds on my phone. The playback turned the shape into a smear under the AC rumble, but the rise and fall stayed. I kept the volume low. I stood at the wall until my ear hurt, then sat on the bed with my shoes on. The voice stopped and started twice more. Clean breaks with silence between light cuts. The last one flattened and held longer. Then it ended. 1:09 a.m. Sleep came in pieces. At 2:40, footsteps at the far end of the hall. A door. Then quiet. At 3:17, the voice again, shorter, like someone testing a lock they already knew was shut. I put my hand on the connecting door, cold. The scene gave no light or air. I waited for a word to land and make it simple. Nothing did. That was worse. At 6:12, I sat at the table with the motel notepad. I wrote the times. I wrote the pattern. Voice, male, controlled pitch, no slur, no second voice, no other sounds, no movement through the wall. The AC drone stayed steady. At 6:25, I brought the notes and the recording to the front desk. Morning clerk now, navy sweatshirt with the motel logo. I explained. She checked the log in the computer and said the room next to mine was out of service. She repeated sealed like she was confirming it for herself. I asked what sealed meant. She called someone off-site, listened, then asked if I could wait for a detective. I work in claims times, and versions matter to me. The word detective shifted my notes from personal to official. I said yes. He arrived around 7:10 a.m., plain clothes, canvas jacket, too light for the morning air. He asked when it started, how long to any words, footsteps, smoke, light. I gave him the times and sent the recording. He asked me to describe the voice again. I kept to what I heard. Male, calm, deliberate, controlled pitch. He wrote those words. He told me, careful and flat, that there had been a violent death in that room 2 weeks earlier. The room was supposed to be sealed for an investigation. Sealed meant evidence tape and a disabled lock. He said what I heard was useful, and asked if I'd put my name on a statement. I did. He had me add the time I called the desk and the times it stopped and returned. He asked if I could identify the voice again, if I heard it. I said maybe. If the pattern held. He nodded and went to speak with the manager. I saw him take a key packet and walk down the hall with a uniform and a man in a suit. They didn't ask me along, which made sense. At 8:05, he came back and said they'd confirmed the room's seal had been broken and replaced from the inside. He didn't say how he had me confirm the time window again, about 12:45 to 1:09, then 3:17. I said yes. He said that matched something. He didn't say what. He asked again about how the voice moved. I said it rose, held, then dropped, like someone pushing a feeling down to keep control. He made a note. He thanked me. He said he might call later. I checked out at 8:30. The clerk handed me the folio and kept one more thing behind her teeth. The detective was in the lot talking to a man near the wheelchair ramp. The man drew shapes with his hands like he was building a box in the air. I left my key in the drop and watched traffic creep on Lamar. The sun was low and harsh and made the motel sign look newer than it was. That afternoon, the detective called. He asked me to confirm the description again. Then he played a clip from another night with the same voice under different noise. He asked if it matched. It did. The shape was the same. I said yes. He said that helped them narrow the window when someone likely returned to the scene. Likely, not definitive. That's how you say it before the paperwork is done. When I hung up, the feeling from the motel came back. I'd stood close to something that had already happened and brushed the edge of it when it moved again. I hadn't been in danger. I hadn't changed the outcome. I'd been near a fact that someone tried to hide under tape. The way the voice flattened and held stuck with me. The outlet plate had buzzed at the peak. The wall carried the sound because walls do. 2 days later, he called to say they had a suspect in custody. No name. He thanked me for the time window and the voice ID. He said it lined up cameras and card swipes. That was enough. I didn't ask about what happened in that room 2 weeks earlier. I didn't need it to understand what my notes did. They gave the investigation something firm to grab. I kept the notepad page. It lives folded in my glove compartment, not for the motel or the voice or the too clean seam under a sealed door. I keep it because the times are exact, and the exactness mattered that night. Small input, right place. Most nights I sleep fine. When I get a room with a connecting door, I rest my hand on the seam and hold it a second. If it's cold, I'm glad. If it's warm, I listen. I don't wait for words anymore. I listen for shape, and if I hear it, I write the time. Then I call. I checked into a roadside motel outside Estes Park because the weather turned ugly in the pass, and I was done gambling with mountain curves and black ice. The guy at the front desk slid me a real key on a plastic diamond tag, like we were still in the era of payphones. He said the rooms had baseboard heat and decent water pressure, which I took on faith because I was cold and tired. I travel alone for work and to clear my head. I don't need much bed lot coffee in reach. I tossed my duffel on the chair and ran the heater to chase the damp air out. The window was a single pane with a thin curtain and a view of 2 parked trucks and dark pines beyond the lot. The walls smelled like stale cleaner. I put my charging brick on the nightstand and fought the Wi-Fi sign-in page on my phone. 15 minutes later, I had 2 bars and an empty inbox. I put the key in my shoe like it's Fort Knox. That counts as security, right? I locked the door twice and set my phone camera to face the window, just to record the snow picking up. Not a safety plan, just a habit, something to keep my hands busy so my head stayed quiet. I heated a cup of water in the loud microwave and dunked a tea bag that tasted like paper. The mountain quiet after business hours felt solid. I leaned against it. I did that thing where you count hotel towels like it's going to affect your life. Sometime past midnight when the room had warmed and the tea made me heavy, something tapped the window. Not a full knock, not snow. A light distinct contact on glass. Then a second, like someone testing surface tension with a fingernail. I sat up and kept the lamp off. The curtain moved a fraction in the heater's draft. The parking lot light painted a pale square on the fabric. Wind, tree, loose sign, that was my list. I waited, 2 more taps, evenly spaced, even pressure, fingertip on glass. I stepped to the side of the curtain so I wouldn't silhouette myself. I pinched the fabric and lifted a corner. The lot looked empty except for a dusting of new snow and 2 trucks. The pines were dark shapes beyond. Nothing moved, no face, no sleeve. I dropped the curtain. The heater clicked. I told myself the glass flexed from the temperature shift. The next taps came in a short run. Light. Deliberate. I felt them in my teeth. I raised my phone and hit record on the video already pointed at the window. The tiny red dot glowed. I didn't narrate. The tap stopped. The silence after pressed in. I counted out a minute, in a low voice to keep my breath even. At the end of that, 3 polite beats landed on the glass tap, 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 like a door knock scaled down and moved sideways. That was the line for me. I shut off the heater, pulled on my boots without socks, and took the key in my wallet. I put my hand on the door and listened. The hallway outside was a long rectangle with caged bulbs every 20 feet. It sounded like nothing. I opened the door slow and stepped into the hall. The patterned carpet ate sound. The air was cooler. I shut the door and checked the handle. It caught. I kept my phone recording at my side. Halfway down, 3 doors away, I heard it a knock. Clean. Knuckle on hollow core. 3 beats. A pause. Then 3 doors farther, the same knock. Whoever it was had moved to the next door. I didn't see a person. No shadow across the floor. No change in the light spilling under doors. Just the sound, door to door, polite and steady. It went past me toward the far end. Each door got its turn. No handle jiggles. No voice. No foot scuff. At the exit, the exterior door creaked on its closer and side shut. The hallway went still. I didn't chase it. I headed the other way to the front desk. The night worker looked up from a football replay. Faded motel polo. Pencil behind his ear. He said I looked pale. I told him someone was knocking room to room. He frowned like I'd reported an ice machine. He grabbed a flashlight and a key ring, and we went outside. The lot was quiet under thin, dry snow. Our breaths hung and vanished. He swept the beam along the windows. No smudges, no faces, no silhouette slipping away. We walked the length of the building and stepped into the strip of trees. The light cut trunks and dead grass, and a rusted beer can. A branch popped deeper in, then nothing. He called out hello like it was part of the job. We checked the dumpsters, laundry room, maintenance shed. He tested the exterior doors on the far side. They were locked and slow on the closer. Back inside, he said sometimes teenagers did dumb stuff, but it wasn't summer, and the roads were bad. He offered another room, or a seat in the lobby. It sounded practiced. I sat with him for 20 minutes. My phone kept recording. Shoes on tile, the game on mute. He said the deputy who usually swung through was on a call, but he'd ring the non-emergency line. He did. Quick factual. He hung up and watched the monitor like it owed him something. Back in my room, I stood in the center and named what was there. Bed, chair, curtain, window, heater, door. I turned on the corner lamp so the room had no dark pocket. I pressed my fingers to the glass. Cold, a faint vibration from wind. I checked the recording. The camera had caught the taps and not much else. Lot light glow, my hand with the curtain, that was it. That's what you get in places like this. Sound without picture. I lay down in my boots and waited for morning. Sleep came in short drops. Around 3, a soft series of taps came again. Not the glass this time. Somewhere against the wall. Then silence. I watched the strip of light under the door. No change. Solid line. My jaw ached from clenching. When the sky shifted from black to dark blue, I packed and went to the desk with my phone. My plan was simple. Show the worker the clip, get it logged. Check out a different guy was on duty. He had a heavier key ring and a styrofoam cup. He said a deputy had walked around at 5 and found nothing. He pointed at the office camera monitor. I opened my gallery. The video wasn't there. The thumbnail was a black square with an exclamation point. I tapped it. Can't play this video. File size 0. The earlier snow clip played fine. The long one failed. Heat rose in my hands. I hadn't deleted it. I hadn't touched anything after stop. It failed anyway. We went to my room. I unlocked the door and went to the window. He stood by the bathroom and watched. On the inside of the pane at shoulder height were streaks in an arc. Not grease, not breath fog, like someone had rubbed the glass with a damp cloth in a tight curve and dragged downward with the heel of a hand. They caught the side light. They weren't there the night before. He touched the glass and checked his fingers. Nothing. I took a photo. The image failed to save. I tried again with the default app and watched the spinner stall and vanish. Blank. He shrugged. The building messes with signal, he said. I wasn't uploading. I kept that to myself. He said he'd note it and offered 10% off for the trouble. I signed the receipt. Outside, the cold bit through my sleeves. The lot had shallow tire tracks and a cigarette butt by the far curb. In daylight, the motel looked like a rectangle that had taken bad winters and held on. I loaded my bag and left. The canyon road was clear. The river ran fast with melt. I watched my mirrors more than usual until Highway 36 pulled me into traffic. Weeks later, the plastic key tag still sat on my dresser. I tell myself to ask for second-floor rooms when I can. My sleep slides around. I wake at the time the taps came and wait. Every light knock in a new place earns a review. Doors, windows, walls, my camera folder stays clean, because I delete everything the same day. I don't want to stand in another lobby at dawn and watch proof fail. I still travel alone. It suits me. The simplest answer is a person with a small plan and good timing. I don't know why the knocks moved door to door like that. I don't know why the window wore those streaks in the morning. I don't know why the long recording failed when the short one didn't. I know what it felt like to have something outside ask for entry with courtesy and rhythm, and then step away before anyone could stand there and catch it. When I check into places now, I map the quiet before I put my bag down. I count exits. I mark the heater's noise and the exact color of the lot light on the curtain. None of it stops a knock. It just means I know where I'll stand if I hear one. That night locked itself to a time on my internal clock. When it passes, my jaw loosens and I breathe. Sound doesn't care about distance. It finds you wherever you sleep and asks the same small question against the glass. You decide whether you want to hear the rest. I was the only car that pulled off I-70 at midnight into the Cedar Bluff Motel lot. 2 hours west of Kansas City, the vacancy sign buzzed. The office smelled like old coffee and lemon cleaner. I signed the card, took a brass key on a cracked orange tag, and told myself I'd sleep 6 hours and hit the road before dawn. I travel for site surveys, small crews, smaller budgets. I'm good at being alone. I parked by room 12. The hallway light outside my door flickered. I clocked the geometry, one exit onto the lot. Ice machine by the stairs. If something went sideways, the fence line broke near a dumpster with a gap to the frontage road. I do this kind of planning on long trips. It calms me, not because I expect trouble, because I hate surprises. I lugged my bag in. The room was a rectangle. Bed, bolted nightstand, a little table under the window. The wall unit rattled and spit cold air. I sat on the end of the bed and checked my phone. 2 bars, good enough to load a map. I set an alarm for 5:30 and plugged in. A soft knock came 10 minutes later. I froze. Another knock, with a pause after, like the person was listening. I went to the door and looked through the peephole. A woman stood there in a green hoodie, young, maybe 20. Her sleeves swallowed her hands. Hood up, hair either wet or stringy, eyes wide. She shivered, or she wanted me to see her shiver. I'm the sort who stops for broken down cars and dogs without tags. I've left grocery lines to help someone get a heavy box into a trunk. People have done that for me, and I try to pass it on. That's my wiring. Tonight it vibrated like a tripwire. I didn't open the door. I said, "Can I help you?" through wood and chain. She said she locked herself out of her room. Her boyfriend was gone with the key. The night clerk wouldn't answer. She asked to use my phone to call him. She sounded small and embarrassed. It hit the nerve it was meant to hit. I thought of my mother telling me to answer a cry for help. I also thought of the lock and the empty lot and the way she looked down the hall between knocks, like she was checking timing. Both things were true in the same second. I kept the chain set. I said, "What's his number? I'll dial and put it on speaker." She stalled, said she couldn't remember, then recited a number with a slow cadence. I put my phone on speaker and dialed. It rang. A man answered on the second ring. He didn't say hello. He said, "You're in 12, right?" I'm pulling back in. Unlock the door so she can warm up. We're almost there. It wasn't a question. He knew my room. My chest got tight. The peephole showed no car yet, but someone was down the hall near the soda machine. A shape in a black jacket. Not moving, just there. I ended the call. The woman knocked again. Sharper, "Please, just for a minute?" My instinct said to open. My memory felt like a better tool. A story about a door chain. A foot jammed through the gap. The fast shove. Times I'd been too trusting and lucky. I said, "I'll get the clerk." I stepped to the window and peeled back a corner of the heavy curtain. The lot was almost empty. A silver SUV sat by the far exit with its lights off. The man by the soda machine lifted a phone to his ear. The woman shifted her weight and angled her shoulder toward my door like she was measuring distance. I stood still and listened. Nothing from adjacent rooms. No other TVs. No coughs. Either everyone was out or the block around me was empty. I ran one more test. I said, "I'm calling the front desk and the police. If you need help, stay there." I said it loud enough for the hall. The man by the soda machine moved for the first time. He drifted toward the stairs, casual, like he was suddenly thirsty for ice. The woman's face changed, annoyance, quick, before she put the scared look back on. The SUV's parking lights clicked on for a second, then off. That was my escalation. No more polite moves, practical steps. I put my sneakers on. I grabbed my wallet and keys. I slid my bag to the window and set it under the latch. I dragged the table toward the door to block the handle. It wouldn't stop a hard push, but it changed the timing. I didn't open the door. I went to the bathroom. The window above the toilet was a crank out. Small, but I'm not big and I like solving stupid geometry problems. I spun the latch and pushed. It stuck, then opened with the sigh of a seal breaking. Cool night air came in, clean and a little damp. I put my phone in my back pocket and called 911. While I climbed into the tub, I kept my voice even. I said where I was and what I'd seen. A woman at my door with a pretense. A man posted down the hall. A vehicle sitting dark by the exit. I said the exact room number. I said I wasn't opening my door, and I was going out the bathroom window to the lot side where I could stay visible. The dispatcher told me to stay on the line. The woman knocked again, harder. "I'm freezing," she said, like a script line. I didn't answer. The man's footsteps came back, then stopped. The hall went quiet. Every quiet thing felt loud. The fan in the wall unit, the little click in the lamp cord when the bulb warmed, the thump of my bag as the table settled against the door. A car rolled into the lot. Not the SUV. Different engine note? I couldn't see it from the bathroom. I eased the screen out of the window and set it in the tub. The frame was exactly as wide as my shoulders. I exhaled and slid through into the night and dropped onto the concrete pad behind the room. The back of the motel was a narrow strip of ground, a chain-link fence, and then a shallow ditch to the frontage road. I kept low pay. The dispatcher asked if I was safe. I said I was outside, moving along the building toward the office. I had to step over an old hose and a busted pallet. The lot side opened up when I cleared the corner. 2 sheriff's vehicles were in the lot now. Blue lights off, headlights on. Quiet approach, the deputy saw me wave and angled that way. I pointed with my whole arm at room 12, and then to the far exit where the silver SUV sat. The woman was no longer at my door. The hall looked empty. The SUV's engine turned over. A deputy swung his headlights to block the exit. Another jogged to the stairwell. The man in the black jacket came down the stairs fast, saw the shift in the lot, and pivoted like he just remembered something in his room. A deputy called out. He stopped. He had that stillness some people get when they know the script from here. The SUV door opened. A second woman in a gray sweatshirt got out and started to walk away like a bored smoker. A deputy called to her too. She froze. The green-hooded woman stepped out from the hall, into the lot with her hands up, chin tucked. For the first time, her posture made sense. She wasn't shivering. She was bracing for what happens when a plan collapses. I stood with my back to the office wall and kept talking to the dispatcher until a deputy waved me over. He took my name and a quick statement. He asked if I let anyone in. I said no. He nodded like that changed the odds. He asked if I called the number back. I showed him my recent call log. He wrote the number down. They separated the 3 in the lot, and a 4th who came out of a room across the hall. A man in a tan ball cap who tried to play it off like he was a guest. They found no luggage in his room. They found 3 plastic key cards on him and a manager's master that didn't belong to him. It lined up without any mystery, organized, simple, ugly. I sat on the plastic chair by the office while they did their work. I looked at the dotted rubber mat under my feet and the bug zapper that hummed by the soda machine. I thought about my mother. I thought about how close I came to unlatching the chain. I thought about the part of me that wants to help, and how it can get wired into someone else's plan. A deputy told me what they suspected. Briefly, reports along this stretch. Solo travelers lured with harmless-sounding problems. A door propped for a quick rush. A room turned into a trap. He asked if I'd wait for the motel owner to pull camera footage. I said yes. It was late, but adrenaline was louder than sleep. The owner showed up in slippers and a jacket. He looked exhausted and grateful. He pulled up the hallway camera on a cheap monitor. We watched the green hoodie knock on my door, and then glanced toward the soda machine man, who nodded when my peephole went dark. We watched her step back and check her phone. We watched the SUV nose into the lot with its lights off, then settle by the exit. Boring and clear. The deputies cuffed all four. The man with the jacket went quiet and stiff. The SUV driver talked too much. The women cried in different ways. No one looked surprised. Dispatch told me they'd file it as an attempted luring of a traveler and coordinate with nearby agencies. I hung up and finally let my breath all the way out. They offered me another room. I said I'd sit in the office until dawn. I drank a paper cup of coffee that tasted like burnt toast. The night clerk apologized like any of this was his fault. It wasn't. He started a load of towels because that was a thing he could fix. At 5, I carried my bag out to the car. The sky guttered gray. The fence line at the back of the lot looked ordinary again. The bathroom window in room 12 was still open. A dark little square. I closed it from the outside and slid the screen back into the frame. It felt like sealing up a hole. As I drove out, I saw the silver SUV, hooked to a tow on the shoulder with a deputy parked behind it. I passed the gap in the fence and the ditch to the road. It was all there, a simple path. I took it because I didn't open a door. I still want to help. Now I know which questions to ask first, and what not to ignore. I held 2 facts and picked the one that kept me breathing. They didn't. I checked into a budget motel off Colfax in Denver because I was between flights and needed 4 hours horizontal. The desk clerk slid me a key card and a map of the L-shaped building, like he was dealing blackjack. Room 21-4, second floor, exterior hallway. 1 ice machine, 1 stairwell, 1 camera that might have been a decoy. Travel makes you practical. You learn which doors swell at night, which locks catch. You sleep when you can. You keep your bag near the door. I hauled my roller up the open-air stairs. A wind came down the corridor like it had somewhere else to be. The hallway light over 212 buzzed. I tested my deadbolt, latched the swing bar, and set a small wedge alarm under the door. Drywall was scuffed waist-high where other bags had kissed it. My room smelled like soap and old coffee. I set my phone to alarm for 5:30 a.m. I had a 7:50 to Kansas City. I told myself I wouldn't eat the vending machine chips that tasted like drywall dust. I dialed the front desk to add a wake-up call because I like redundancies. The clerk said okay and put me on hold without music. I stood there holding a silent phone and looked at the wall. The hold clicked off. "Got it," he said, and hung up. I did the usual motel ritual. Quick shower, socks draped over the luggage handle because the heater would do the rest. Wallet in my shoe. Professional travelers are cautious because it pays later. I loosened the blackout curtain until it covered the aluminum frame. Street light leaked around the edges and drew a pale line on the carpet. Something thumped down the hall. A rolling bag, probably a voice low and official. Practiced footsteps paused at a door, then moved on. I walked to the peephole and looked out. The exterior walkway showed the parking lot and the office neon over the admin block. It was 1:17 a.m. The wind cooled the concrete. A man in a black jacket stood outside 216 with a clipboard. He had a lanyard. He knocked again. He said something I couldn't make out. He spoke into the crack when the door opened. His tone was flat, procedural. The door at 216 swung wider. I saw a hand pass him a piece of paper. Then his shoulder pivoted inside. The door closed. The hallway went quiet. I told myself the motel might be doing late-night maintenance. I told myself not to build patterns where there were none. I lay down and put the extra pillow over my eyes. I drifted and woke and drifted. The room settled into ordinary silence, the kind that makes every noise sound like a decision. Another knock. 3 doors away toward the stairs. The same voice, the same cadence. It hit my ear wrong. It wasn't the words. It was the way he didn't wait. Knock, phrase, hand on the handle. The sound of a latch pushed before permission. I got up, I kept the chain latched, flipped the deadbolt, eased the swing bar against the door. Then I checked the peephole. The corridor was empty in the direct line, but the angle on these peepholes is bad. You get a fishbowl slice. I moved to the window and lifted the lower corner of the blackout curtain with 2 fingers. The walkway ran past my window and the metal stairs down to the parking lot. To the right, I could see the eaves and the top of 21's door. A shadow cut the light. Then the man in the jacket walked into view. Clipboard, lanyard. He stopped at 220 and knocked with a quick rhythm. He spoke again. He listened. He knocked again. The door opened a crack. He peered in and held up his clipboard like a badge. I recorded 12 seconds through the glass. In the video, his jacket looks like any jacket. The lanyard could be anything. He stepped forward. The door let him. There is a point where skepticism tilts. You see what happens to tired, polite people who want to get back to sleep. My phone said 1:28 a.m. My wake-up call was hours away. I wasn't going to sleep with this running. The knock came at my door, fast, like he had a quota. I didn't move. He spoke through the slab at a volume meant to sound like he belonged. House verification, he said. Room entries must be checked. Then, before I could answer, the handle dipped and pushed against the swing bar. The wedge alarm chirped, a small plastic bird, and shut up when the pressure stopped. No, I said. I kept my voice flat and big. Wrong room. Come back in daylight, I'll call the desk. He waited. People who want something often wait because silence is leverage. He tried the handle again. The swing bar held. The wedge gave another brief, embarrassed sound. He exhaled once, like he was disappointed, and his footsteps went soft down the concrete. The next knock went to 210. The same words. The same push on the latch. I heard a sleepy voice answer, too soft to catch, and the fast murmur of the man selling a script. The door at 210 opened. The corridor swallowed it. That was the confirmation I needed. Caution had kept my door shut. Observation gave me the pattern. I was done being polite. I called the front desk. The ring chopped my nerves into even pieces. The clerk answered with the motel name. I kept it short. Someone was hitting doors with a clipboard saying house verification. He tried my door. He was in 210 right then. Black jacket, lanyard, second floor west wing. The clerk's tone changed like a gear engaged. He told me to stay in my room and not open the door for anyone. He said he was calling security in 911. He asked what room I was in. He didn't ask my name. In the corridor, I heard the muffled scrape of a door and a shuffle like someone pivoting in a small space. The air felt thinner. I stood with my ear to the door because sight lines matter. I shut off the fan so I could hear. The room's air paused, then held. Footsteps, not hurried. Then another set. Different weight, heavier heel. A small radio hiss. A second voice appeared, tired and firm. The kind you get from people who are done arguing and have rules that back them up. Words were short and low. The tone said authority without trying. I didn't know what was said. I know what I heard next. Hinges. A door opened all the way. Someone made the noise you make when work turns serious. The second voice said, "Step back." A radio clipped and unclipped. The corridor carried the shift in sound like a change in pressure. In the parking lot, red and blue lit the side of the building in alternating squares. The light bled under the blackout curtain and turned the carpet into a timeline. Doors that had stayed shut creaked open 2 inches up and down the wing. People stood inside their rooms and breathed quieter than they had a minute ago. A knock hit my door again. "Security," the voice said. "Different man. Lower. You can hear practice competence in 3 words." I left the swing bar on and opened to the chain. He showed a patch and a key ring. He had a second person with him and a body cam on his chest. He asked if I was the one who called. I said yes. He asked to confirm my name and room. I told him. He asked me to describe the man and what he said at my door. I gave what I had: jacket, clip, cadence, and the time. He said thank you. He told me the person was in custody. He said the front desk would call in a few minutes to take a recorded statement for the police. He didn't tell me details he didn't need to tell me. He didn't ask to come inside. The chain stayed on. He didn't take offense. He moved door to door with the other officer and did the same routine. Small, fast interviews. People nodded. Some hands trembled a little on the handles. The wind ran down the corridor like cold water. The red and blue washed the stucco and retreated and washed again. When the desk called, I repeated it clean. Knock, words, push, my refusal, his move to the other rooms, my observation of 216 and 220, the time and the angle. The clerk said other guests had reported the same message, house verification. He said there had been a similar problem in Aurora last month. He said my call kept the man from going farther down the wing. He didn't pad it. He confirmed what I needed, confirmed. It wasn't maintenance. There was an active attempt to get inside rooms under a fake authority. I wasn't imagining it. I was early. I asked if 210 was okay. The question came out smaller than I like. He said they were okay, they got there in time. I sat on the bed and watched the wall where the red and blue passed. I kept my shoes on. After 20 minutes, the lights went away. The corridor took back its usual yellow. The fan filled the room with white air again. The wedge alarm looked foolish on the carpet. A plastic beak pointed at nothing. Sleep isn't a switch. I stared at the ceiling and recounted distances. The stairs to my left, the admin office beyond the L-bend, one camera at the corner, one at the ice machine. I tracked where he stood when he knocked, where he would stand to avoid the peephole view. He was good at choosing an angle. He was good at speaking like he belonged. When the wake-up call came at 5:30, the voice on the other end sounded human in a way it hadn't at check-in. "It's your wake-up call," he said. "Nothing extra." I checked out at 6:10. The clerk had the overnight look. He slid me my folio and thanked me again. He said they were changing protocol on late-night knocks. He said they were posting a sign at the desk. No employee will enter or request entry without a prior call and guest consent. He said it like he was practicing it for the next guest. Outside, Colfax was already loud. The sky over the front range went pale, and then filled in. I loaded my roller into the cab. I didn't feel triumphant. I felt the quiet relief you get when trouble passes in a hallway you can diagram later. I felt the cold of the metal stair under my palms still in my skin. At the airport, people lined up and showed credentials to a person with a lanyard. Systems work when the parts are real. I thought about knock patterns and voices that rush your decisions. The only thing that kept my door shut was a habit I've earned by being tired in too many cities. I made the call. They answered. A neighbor didn't get hurt. We took off on time. Denver fell away in blocks. I slept with my head against the window, the cabin fan making the same white air as the motel. My bag close enough to touch. I didn't know why that man chose this motel, or this wing, or this night. I knew what he did. I knew what stopped him. That was enough.